Alright, well, guess I can finally do this. Though, with that character, we should probably start. Oh, I left that. That looks so nice. Um, what do I want as the thumbnail? Just do this. Yeah, what's up? Ugh. Alright, start here. Let's call you 03. Call you 0. Are you kidding? 0, 01, and call you 2? No, 02. Okay, so now that's in order. This, repackage. Very nice. This is cut properly. That's well. Huh. You know what? That's fine. Go to tax set. All I need to do is just check. Good enough. Alright, now the big thing should be able to apply uniform. It not erupt too badly. Nice. Ooh. Let's just delete these. Okay. That gives us a new texture that is all nice and clean, tightly done. No excessive waste. Comparative to this one, big waste, incorrect framing. Nice. Um, I could just delete that. Tack one texture. No, I should be able to. Oh, it's because this guy are old. Clean that up, and now we could delete that. However, you're still being referenced in memory. Ooh, that's problematic. That means that the yeah, that in bugs. Source text inside properties goes stale after apply bounds. That'll be good. I bet if I close it and reopen it, it'll it should rescan. It does. Very nice. I'd attack one. Though I would still consider that a bug. Just have to. All right. So now I need to just go through each of these, make sure bounds are applied properly, make sure hitboxes aren't getting screwed up. They should be fine. Looks good, looks good. Good. Looks fine enough. Okay. This should be fine. Oh, look at that. It's still. So that's also. Repack. Repackaging texture makes properties go stale. Okay, that fixes that. Hi there. Okay. Fix that up. Oh, hi there. Oh, that was so cute. Thanks for coming and sitting on top of me. All right. You know what? Let's get some music going. Split. Okay. Perfect. So this is working incredibly well. Shout out to that guy that stopped by chat once to blow my mind by thinking simply. Please don't crash. I would very desperately appreciate you not doing that. Yeah. Invalid payload, my butt. Oh, that's because the death texture's scuffed. Let's see if this is working fine. Looks good. Looks good. We'll try saving again. Let's actually read what it says. Invalid payload, game acid, death texture, packaging is probably vertic created to fix this. Attempting to save bulk data with invalid payload to package. Okay, so we just have to. Hey, how's it going? I'm doing well myself. Just working on fixing up some sprite work. I've been doing this kind of a lot, but things have gone. How do I get this profile view? This is a if you already sorry, I don't know if you've had any interactions with my plugin, but this profile view is not currently live. I'd like it to go live either today or tomorrow, but I've been doing a lot of dev work on organizing, making things look nice, cleaning it up. So it's in a pretty solid spot. But yeah, it's pretty solid. It's a little laggy, but actually note that. Feels laggy on scroll. Figure that out later. Yeah, I'm fairly happy with how this has come along, so I need to figure out why this is acid action, whatever. Having an issue with this death texture not wanting to save, so I need to. Oh, so it's already been released. I just called it Paper 2D Plus. It's a overhaul of right now a lot more of texture and sprite related parts of Paper 2D, with plans in the future to continue working on improving their tile map system and so forth. So yeah, it's come along fairly well. We've got a hitbox editor built in. This is a sprite alignment. It's got playback cues, so we can queue up different flipbooks, see how they interact with each other, all of the different skins. Oh yes. Oh my gosh. Flipbooks are a nightmare. That's why I had a series going over AI and I had to stop months ago because I was just there was no way to even try to teach with the amount of just in a way scope creep and just disorganization. So I got on a tangent making this. Got frame timing so you can actually expand the duration of frames, set its FPS nice and cleanly. Frame events, which is essentially PaperZD's notifies. This is still under work quite a bit. I haven't been able to test it too much. And my favorite, root motion. Oh my goodness, this is one of my favorite tools. It's in-world movement because you'll have, hit or let's go to attack one. We have flipbooks that seemingly move, but they don't actually move because it's a flipbook and it can't really move. It'll screw up the in-world space. So then we have root motion to actually apply a proper step forward, which is off. If I look at that, yeah, that one's off. Let's fix that real quick. Move him back a little bit. And then I have a component that will have it auto apply in the world. Okay, I'm gonna have to fix the death texture still. Just like that, we can. Oh my goodness, that's an interesting one. We'll figure out what's going on there later, I guess. That's a little annoying. I'm assuming it has to do with root motion going down. That's okay. I'll figure that out later too. Um, for now, I need to. I can never remember which one it is. Is it audit? Asset localization. Yeah, so it'll actually move in the uh, game environment itself instead of trying to like do that off of guesswork. It gives you an editor to properly apply it with reference to the other sprites, which is quite nice. Though apparently it needs a little work. It was working, but I had to make some changes to the way I was extracting texture. Oh, that's another one. Extraction. Oh my goodness. Paper 2D, horrible extraction. We've got now a whole nice actual extractor to detect, do island detection, mess with some settings to actually make sure sprites are extracted properly. Yes, the launch character. That is it's horrible trying to get it to line up. There is no way to really do it nicely. So this is a decent solution to it. So I'm fairly happy with how this has come along. Sorry, I need to replace. I always forget the button. Audit? No. Which is the one to do bulk? Am I Does it show metadata? No, that's definitely not it. No. Oh, it's that. There we go. I need all of you. Source texture to be night death texture. Yeah. Okay. So now that's that's fine. I just need you to be deleted. Well, it's not gonna let me save that out of memory, but yeah, but the plugin is currently live on Fab, so it's in a little bit of a rudimentary state though, because I've been working on a lot and haven't specifically gone and updated this in a second, so um what it is versus what I have is pretty different. It's yeah, I'm probably like at this point 6 versions ahead. Who knows? What I'm doing right now though is the way I used to extract textures is it would just find the bounds of the individual sprite itself, and then that's why I had sprite alignment, because I was having to physically or align the sprites themselves. And I had a chatter point out, oh, why not just find the bounds of the largest width and the largest height, which is something I used to do, but I was doing it based off of the maximum bounds of the largest sprite in the entire sprite sheet, and that was causing some errors where you would have such a large bounding box that it would clip into neighboring sprites of smaller sprite sheets, and that was making things a little weird, and it wasn't working. And I guess I just moved on without really thinking about it too much. And so now we're doing the largest bounds within an individual animation, not the entire character's whole sprite sheet. So things should work better. Thanks for letting me save. There we go. Where were we? And I had to make a little thing to apply the bounds to my already extracted sheets. Okay, cool. I guess I'll just keep moving along through my characters. Goodness gracious. This character, fantastic character. So it doesn't auto config hitboxes. What it's doing, I can show you right now, is dive strike. We'll do. Oh gosh. Whatever. So come in here, extract sprites. So it's just finding the bounds of the sprite itself. Now the issue is if you do that. Yes. So if you do a grid, they'll be centered. Now what I was doing was, because I was doing, I need a better example. Surely one of the heavy attacks is big. I'll turn off uniform. All right, so in here, if I don't have the uniform bounds applying, you'll have bounds that are kind of small. It's just tight to the sprite itself, which is fine. I mean, the only issue with that is then the way the texture extract, or the way the sprite interacts with the texture, makes it so it's off placed. Just how Unreal does its texturing the matrix math. And so it was a little bit annoying because I was having to manually come in and I line up the sprites themselves. But then when you have a uniform bounds, because the texture, assuming the artist placed them as they should have, which all artists should do this if they're using like a sprite and such, is that the texture is going to be a set distance or a set width, and each individual sprite should have a identical margin around it. That way you can just extract with a set bound like this. So this is the largest width, whatever sprite. This has the largest width on the right. This has the largest width on the left, largest height, and then we will just add that all together and apply it to each sprite, and then it will automatically be lined up. Whereas the best way to do that with the old extraction was to use a form of grid splitting and find it yourself, but I didn't love that, so I like island detection because you can have some amount of it detecting the pixels itself with some settings to allow for detection of effects a little bit easier, which was one of the biggest problems with the Paper 2D originally. I was not having a fun time trying to use its extractor. So here we are. Oops. Add it to you. Yeah, so this has been a good little adventure. All right. I actually haven't extracted something in a second, so do I need I don't think I need a subfolder, do I, for this one? I guess I do, because we have, yeah, that's fine. Please don't crash. I beg. Please just work. Nice. Looks like it extracted. And we have heavy attack 2 end. So everything's all nice and automatically lined up properly. What I was having is there would be instances where a sprite would be something like this. So you would see visual movement, and that was just because of the lack of uniform bounds. So Now we have that. Beautifully done. And it saves so much time. I don't have to sit here myself and use all of the different skins to try to line them up. They're already lined up like the artist intended. Lovely. That was frustrating me so much though, because it wasn't just this tool. I had used another external extractor that I found online, and it was extracting them wrong too, and I was super frustrated, and I thought the artist himself had exported them all badly, and I like this artist. It's a Patreon artist, but I was like, what on earth? Turns out it was just bad tooling. You saw my video setting up the one anim? Yes. Do I favor that method? Somewhat. So I am in the middle of reworking a fair bit of things. That method, it works great, right? It creates a more data structure centered approach to animation graphs. I do like PaperZD's animation graph for its visual nature instead of just trying to use purely blueprints, which you can. However, I'm finding part of me is almost going away from PaperZD, as once I have frame events running all the way, that gets rid of the need for notifies almost entirely. And then from there, the only thing keeping me using PaperZD would be their animation graphs, but that adds in an amount of work because I would have to keep an animation source, add in each source. I bet I could add this as part of the extractor, my own extractor, to have it automatically add a source, because I really don't like having to come in here manually setting everything. It's just another step, and I would like to automate as much as I can. If I'm doing this alone with this character has like 50 different flip books, so if I try to do that with multiple characters, this it's just explodes exponentially almost with the amount of work needed. So I'm slowly leaning away, pulling away more and more from PaperZD, but the only thing that is keeping me is the hello? Is the animation thing. And then lastly, as a part of that question, I have part of the profile is actually having that data structure that I had made, which was tied to a character's I think I had made, you would have a character blueprint and it would be stored as a like a map inside of it. Now got that inside of the profile itself. So yeah, it's an absolute slog. That's a great way to put it. It's just a lot of work. So I don't know. It's nice to have this, but it almost becomes semi, not redundant, but like, it's really nice to have this. My ideal and what I'm considering is seeing if I can modify PaperZD to do away with animation sequences, because the entire reason to keep a sequence is to just be able to put it into the output and use heavy bullets. That's the developer, use his form of the playback device, the player that renders the character, and it's notifies, which is cool. But if I don't need the notifies, I'm only using it as a way to organize flipbooks. So ideally, could go do away with sequences and just have this accept flipbooks themselves, and then I could do away with all sequences and keep this as just a flipbook player instead of a PaperZD sequence player, which is what it is. So if I could cut that out, that'd be great. I do not want to rebuild what he's made. I think this is fantastic. I know nothing about creating these types of graphs. I know it's something inside of Unreal. I've seen other people do it before. It's got something to do with their slate and such. So could it be done? Maybe, preferably not. So we'll see. I am heavily leaning towards cutting out sequences though, and that would make no longer needing the source. I could just have my own profile, which maps. I have a mapping system which has its flipbooks, and then I can just come in here, have the profile. I can get the flipbooks out of the profile itself, mapped accordingly, similar to what I had done in my 1An MVP. Oh my goodness, you have a 2D character. Yeah, that's yeah. See, I have a similar one that was my original, and it's just not sustainable. I mean, even if I wanted to make, where is he? If I wanted to make like a generic version of this is fairly simple. I've tried to separate, airborne versus locomotion, which is kind of what I taught. So airborne, this handles all the airborne. Locomotion, and we start to immediately see, oh no. I mean, I've come up with ways to better condense combos and such, creating like a back and forth states. So I could actually get rid of all of this. This is old code, but so it's fairly condensed, but that's ignoring if you want to add like swimming, if you want to add just the more and more you have, the more complex it gets. So definitely hard to balance individuality with this character versus a generic, which I have some really solid ideas for making a pretty all-encompassing generic. It's just kind of on the back burner. I've almost got this plugin to where I want it for now, at least the profile. This profile is I was just doing a whole big debugging session. It is quite solid. The profile itself should be good. There's some other things I'd like to add, like a profile manager. So it would be inputting these characters' profiles themselves. Have another asset so you can have better control of like spawning characters and such, because right now that's a nightmare the way I have it set up. I just have some data asset that kind of manages it and is super disorganized and a bit of a nightmare, but it works. Where is it? It's stored in my game mode. It's kind of scary. Data asset map, and I can pick characters, but then I have to add them weirdly and such, and I don't love it. Yes. Okay. So you're asking about the locomotion versus airborne. So I try to keep things as state defined. So, and this is it, there are some problems with it. So we have airborne is a very definitive state. You are in the air. There should be minimal to no interaction with locomotion, so we can break that apart. We don't need to have falling interact with bow attack, so we can separate them into airborne and locomotion. So falling jumping is its own essentially idle state, where your character is either falling or it is jumping while it's in an airborne state, which I can show. We'll show my larger graph. I have it set up based off of the movement mode of walking and falling, and then you could ignore the none. If it's walking, it's locomotion. If it's airborne, you're falling. You're in the Unreal's. I don't know if you know anything about movement modes. Falling is anytime you're not on the ground, essentially. Either doesn't differentiate between jumping or falling. It's just in an airborne state. And so it's nice because it helps keep it cleaner. Now, there are some problems. What if you have a ground slam, right? Where you are going to end up touching the ground. And the way I've worked around that works quite nicely. You just have the event on landed. So there's actually a very clear, definitive time between falling and walking that fires on fires landed. No. Sorry. Event to landed delicate. What? Is this just wrong? I have my unlanded. Oh no. Okay, that's this. We can ignore that. That's right. So it fires the on landed, which runs a check for some various states of like if I was attacking and now I've landed, we'll or if I was ground slamming and now I've landed, we'll do an override to play the finishing part of the that animation. I can actually show it. I can fire up the. Oh, I sure hope I can. Let's see if the character will just spawn. Nice. So if I do that, then he's got his final little bit, but that's a little bit hard at first to get working because I have two definitive states where I'm in the air. I can do all of my air related things. I can do my bow attack in the air. But what happens when I try to land on the ground? Now I'm in a walking state, so it would usually override, but we can use the on landed. Kind of interesting. I'm not explaining it super great. I've gone over it in some of my series of which I will probably have to completely overhaul, especially with my edition, my creation of the Paper 2D Plus. So, fine, as expected. Go back to night. But yeah, the reason I did that is just for organization, because otherwise, it just becomes. So I have a gameplay tag container that will contain my defined player states, so I can track them easier. It's a little finicky right now. I need to make it a little bit more general. Like right now I have a ground slam and a bow attack. Ideally, bow attack would be like secondary attack, so it could be adopted by any character. It doesn't need to just be a bow attack. But a player should only be in one state at a time. I mean, that's inherently, there shouldn't be multiple states going on. That would be almost impossible. You can't be ground slamming and bow attacking. So then I could extrapolate from that, use the switch case, and so on. Oh, fantastic question. I actually have specifically for the bow attack. Oh, I like you. You're already thinking of edge cases. So what happens? Well, a bow attack, it will actually finish out the bow attack because there's a ground bow attack, and I have it lined up in such a way that if you land, it will continue the animation seemingly, and yeah, it'll play it, and that's all inside of. Oops. Yeah, so I have it set up where, in my bow attack, I've got if he's not moving on the ground, the air. So this is another problem I have with Paper ZD, because it almost seems better to only use animation overrides, but I have several things, several. I have quite a few things driven by overrides, because overrides are quite nice because you could have them with callbacks of on completed and on canceled, but essentially characters not moving on ground, so we'll play the air version of the bow attack, and then if it's completed, whatever, we'll just set the player state back to none. If it's canceled, that means it was interrupted by landing on the ground. Then I will just play the regular bow starting position as the previous playback timer, and I just have to make sure that the two animations line up in terms of like FPS and such in a frame duration. They actually have to line up and be played at the same, like, actually all that has to line up is the actual firing event. So if we come in here, bow, so the bow jump versus this, they both will fire that. Oh my gosh, this is a nightmare. I forgot about this. Oh, let's not screw things up. Um, Yeah, this is, I forgot how awful this is. And that's why I've tried to do some work on it. So this actual firing event needs to happen at the same time in this animation. So it happens at like 28, the 28th frame, because I have it set to 60 FPS semi-arbitrarily, but yeah, so as long as this occurs at the same time as this one, so it would actually occur somewhere kind of right here, we know that we can just get the current playback time, which is getting the previous playback time, um, which I don't love that. I should actually, on canceled, I should save that and then do it, because it could pick up, it feels like it could pick up something else, but I mean, it shouldn't. And we can just play that as the starting position and it will look all pretty and nice. So we have that just finish all the way through. Now, to answer with a regular air attack, I just have it get interrupted. You just land on the ground. I mean, you could have some type of an animation that would finish out the attack, because you can get a little bit of a flicker if you time it just right, um, where the actual attack just kind of essentially flickers because it gets interrupted. I don't really care too much about that, as that doesn't feel nearly as jarring as having like a bow attack interrupted. Um, so it would just need some type of a animation and then do some level of similar kind of using overrides and callbacks and such. So yeah, and then once this is completed, we can just make sure the player state is set back to none. Yeah, so it's fairly solid. Um, that doesn't have a lot of general ability. Like, I can't use it with other characters right now. Yeah. Yes, so I've tried to keep things as modular. Um, I mean, that's what's taken me years of just dabbling in this, is because I've tried to be as modular as possible, and that adds a layer of complexity, but it also future proofs it, like you're saying. Like, it really does do wonders to have it be modular, so you don't have to go back and retroactively try to untangle the spaghetti. Um, you wish you had future proofed, yeah. I I mean, I'm in the middle of future proofing by doing this, and this can only go. This will cover quite a lot, but there'll still be. I mean, if you don't have a nice enough sprite sheet, you can't really do a lot. There's all sorts of transitions and stuff. This sprite sheet has really pushed me, because each attack has a recover, so now you have to count for, oh yeah, recovering, and I haven't even begun to touch that. In Actually, I have, but having recovers of each attack inside of a combo, that adds a whole nother layer. Now there's he's got, where is it, the heavy attacks have start, charge, finish, this, that, recover, so that adds even more. um so I mean, that's just me as a person, honestly. I I do that just in life. In everything, I try to keep things as modular and like redundant proof as possible. Like, that's how I guess I go. That's just my vibe. So it takes, so much longer, but it helps in the long run. So I'm trying to think of even like real life examples. I mean, yeah. I think it's also, if you want to try to do something like make your own game, which I, I'm kind of doing. The reality is, if you want to do that, in my opinion, you need to have things nearly as modular as possible so you don't end up with just an impossible case where you can no longer work. An example um, is someone like Pirate Software. I'm not trying to drag him or anything, but his game has hit a point in which he's infinitely doing dialogue because he has a thousand switch case and can't do anything about it. He can't go back and create a better dialogue system that's more modular based off of um, scenes and such. No, it's just his one blueprint essentially, his one code, his one wherever he keeps his one file that's just an infinite switch case, and that's my nightmare, to not be able to actually go in and change things, because changing one thing is tied to a array that's 1,000 uh, like I don't know, that is, I guess it's just part of who I am. That is truly sounds like my worst nightmare. So I've tried to keep it modular, but it takes a lot longer, so little by little we'll get there. Manage him, okay. See, I was never a massive pirate fan. I'm an enjoyer of seeing all the slop put out of his silliness. I think it's incredibly funny. I think he did some good with pushing, creating an environment, or not creating an environment, but inspiring people to try to make games. But I think he definitely should have managed them. Oh my goodness, it only worked for you can't. I think Undertale's such a fun example because yeah, what's the dev's name? I always forget his name. Um, he did it, right? He did it. Uh, that's awesome. Should everyone be doing that? Probably not, because you hit such a monster that the average person will just probably give up. So yeah, he hasn't made a single chapter because his it's genuinely, if when you look at it, it's unfixable, and it's nearly unworkable because it's just so large. His dialogue is just a monster. It is a monster in a single file, similar to what. All right, let me search up his name. The Undertale dev. Uh, Dev of Undertale. Toby Fox, yes, there we go. Toby Fox. Did he have fantastic modular coding? No, not at all. Did he make a phenomenal game that has set the precedent for that genre? Absolutely. Is he the norm? Definitely not. So if I tried to do that, I would give up. I would 100% give up. It makes me shudder to think about. Truly a nightmare. But then, like I keep saying, it comes back to now by trying to be more modular, it takes time, it takes being intentional, it takes a lot of debugging for edge cases. But then when I get it working, it boy oh boy, it does work pretty nice. So it's just I could do a lot more if I spent a lot more time on this, but real life takes precedent, so um do I want to go ahead? Oh, here's a fun thing. I've got phases. So I was mentioning phases earlier. I actually have that inbuilt as an actual, almost like a structure itself. So I can come assign a phase. We can add a new phase group. And should have it take you directly there. Oops. That's not too nice. Heavy attack 1. And so we know, for the most part, animations can be broken up into 3 parts: a start, an active, and a recovery. There's some other cases, like this that we're about to see, where heavy attack actually will have a charge. So we'll have to add in something for that. Wait a minute. Start. Oh, because he all this has a start, a charge, an end, and a recover. So the animation's broken up into 3 parts, but an additional. We also need to account for the recover. Let me see what he said. You try to straddle a line. It's like saying just make it. You can make it perfect later and use that a lot to get something functional. Absolutely, absolutely. On the horizon, that might take a concrete foundation, so I don't have to rework it to death later. I feel 100% for you. That is finding the balance between the two. It's tough. I mean, it can be paralyzing to start something new because it doesn't work great. I do agree. You just have to hop in. That's whenever I have people ask about starting, I'm like, bro, just find anything that sounds interesting. My first project was a wave function collapse, a form of procedural generation. That's was way over my head, but I thought it sounded so interesting, and now it works. Well, could I run it right now? Maybe. I'm not gonna try because I haven't touched it in a little bit, but it pushed me a ton, and I was able to go back and reiterate and have things work eventually. And I think that's the best thing you can do. Have a mind for modularity. Maybe take notes of like, oh, I should address this later, and the ideas of what would improve it. But if you just try to make things modular all the time, without ever starting, you're never going to start, right? And there you go, you're cooked. We'll call the charge the active, and then I do believe we can have slots. Yes, I did add that. We'll call you end. See if that works proper. I need to be able to move that. Oh, it is broken. This is. I haven't tested this in a bit. Let's see if I can actually drag it. I can't. Nice. I do need to write that down as a bug, though. Am I forgetting what I called it? Phase. Phase slots. Drop. Okay. Yeah, you just have to start basic movements, anything to get you going. You're right. Okay, let me see. You wish Unreal had a better method built in, leaning towards risk of rain style, where large parts of the environment are set, but certain big set pieces can have a different configuration. Yeah, I wonder. That's kind of like a, yeah, it's just like a larger tile, having areas be tiles and then moving them around. I mean, it's doable, but yeah, I mean, is Unreal gonna have that? Probably not. Will they ever? Probably not. They have their procedural generation algorithms. I think they have a built-in Perlin noise. They started doing a built-in wave function collapse. Don't know if they ever kept doing that. Um, I like procedural generation. I actually like Risk of Rain quite a bit. I was playing not too long ago some Risk of Rain Returns. Game frustrates me. It's fun, but it's also, I'm of the camp that believes Risk of Rain is both fun and incredibly frustrating. But that's for, a whole plethora of reasons. And I like procedural generation. I really enjoyed doing the wave function collapse, but every time I think about it, like really trying to truly implement it, it just feels like such a scope monster, because I have fantastic ideas of how to properly execute a procedurally generated environment that would be fun and engaging, but it just sounds like the most monstrous project. And maybe I'll get around to doing it someday. I mean, my ideal game would be a healthy balance of, like you're saying, where you have set pieces but also a mixed in variation through procedural generation, but you have to be careful because it can end out just kind of Uh, just it's Starfield, right? Great. You encapsulated the infinite vastness of space and how boring it is. Thanks a lot. Like, thanks for giving us space. I didn't realize we wouldn't want to play that. Shocker. Did you play much of Returns? Because I played the original eons ago, back when you had to use Hamachi to play with friends, and I was a bit too young. Like, I enjoyed it, but it didn't quite click all the way. I love roguelikes. By far, they are probably they contend with my favorite genre. I mean, I can't say I have a favorite genre. I like things for different reasons. Returns though, man, it just like I love it. It's beautiful. The music's great. It seems great, but holy hell, it just becomes so unfun sometimes that it's just kind of a slogfest. Yep, handcrafted flavor. I'll address that someday in the future. I imagine of finding a balance between handcrafted and procedural generation. I think you can do really well procedural generation like Dwarf Fortress, but they are once again probably they are more on the outlier because they've done that for so long, and that's just they have systems of procedural generation and interaction that that are phenomenal, they've done very well by it. Um, Attack set. Should I have a heavy attack set? Oh, whoops! I forgot to put it like this. Oh, I don't actually know what about this gearbox takeover. I haven't followed anything about whatever that is. I actually haven't played much of two. Two is the least I have played. Though I know it's fun. I don't hardly play video games anymore. Uh, I will sit down and play it more as I work on this own project because Risk of Rains is a fantastic roguelike. So um, oh, oh, good old Risk of Rain returns. I was surprised when it was dropped. Played it, had a good time. Also had a horrible time. I've since gone back and played it some more with a buddy. Wait a minute. You are just a heavy attack and charge. No shot. Does this heavy attack also chain? That would be crazy. See, I have a coworker right now who's very, very addicted to Risk of Rain 2, and we'll talk about it some. And I think it's funny. And I know I would love it the more I play it, because the initial starting is always tough. Heavy attack 2 charge 2? What? I just don't particularly care to sink time into that right now. That will have to come far later. Charge. Oh, wait a minute. All right, let's use the nifty little playback. Heavy attack 2 charge. Heavy attack 1 start. Charge. Turn off view. No, it has to be end. So he swings up. Oh, and then it does go into this. Oh, that's so he. Oh, That makes sense because this attack is technically one continuous attack. The bounds. Ah, dang it. So you see how the character's flicking around in between the flip books? It's because that's so frustrating. It's because this is technically all one attack and it's all based off of each other, but they're exported or yeah, they're exported as different textures, so they're all okay. I'll need to great. We'll need to add a thing for that too now. Um so I'll need to work apply uniform bounds. I probably need to add a setting here. Oh, gosh. How do I want to do that? We need a I'll need to have a multi. Yeah, we'll just need to have a multi select for apply uniform bounds. That yeah, okay. That's my best bet. Is this bugging? You know what? We're gonna ignore that. It's fine. We'll need to have apply uniform bounds. Let's add that. Okay, well, it still might happen because the problem is that's funny. The problem is they're individual textures. So even if I grid extracted them, they don't have reference for each other because the textures themselves can be different sized and the sprites can be placed differently at different widths inside of the individual textures themselves. Is what I'm guessing. I could be wrong. I could just be, strong arming, just lying or making things up. But I think um I could work this. We could still figure this out. I just need to add in as just a bit of a thing where I have multi-select apply bounds will then apply bounds uniform bounds to all of those. And that should work reasonably well. That is actually a feature that I'm going to put in my doc. Um, apply uniform bounds needs to work for multi select finding the largest map pool. Okay, we are going to see. This is good. This is good that I'm working more and more right now. Oh, where did OBS go? There it goes. You want to make a roguelike because then it'll be new to you. I made it. You know, I kind of agree. I think you can make a roguelike that's fun to play yourself. I actually 100% agree with that. That is one of my own drives in a way. Definitely. That's fun. That's fun that you've kind of come to that conclusion too. Because I think it should be fun. I mean, do I think the devs of Apex Legends enjoy playing their game? Maybe. Probably not. I would hope that the devs of Risk of Rain enjoy playing their game because they should. Maybe it just becomes work, but I mean, I would hope that they would have a good time, and I think you could entirely do it. Nice. Is there a heavy? Okay, so heavy attack is just 1 and 2, and then it goes back. Um, it goes back to idle. That's a fun little bug. It's the playback is that's fine. I'll leave that. Yeah, this you're probably right about the sprite sheet. I mean, now that I've come and done my settings, I have it automatically reduce the texture size to cut out space, to just make this a bit more space efficient, so we're not hogging up tons of memory when I want to spawn in my 1,000 knights. Um, Once again, trying to account for things in the future. Now, by doing that, I've cut out. Oh, dang it! That's actually probably gonna screw things up. I've cut out the margin that he had. Um, it's okay. I think we can just add it back. If not, I can just literally put the old texture back in and redo that. Ooh, dang. You're right. You're right. That's funny. Yeah, I guess you're on to something. We would have had Titanfall 3 eons ago. That's a funny point. Oh gosh. Now the question is, do I come in here and move the sprites with my alignment tool? Methinks not. Just because when I do the thing I'm gonna do, it'll make that redundant. I hope. Okay, cool. That's been good to know. I'm gonna leave the static. I don't need the static right now. I'm not even gonna think about that. Jump attack set. Holy hell. It's funny that you've used the grid quite a bit. Every time I tried to use the regular grid split in here, oh, I just had such a bad time trying to use grid. I don't know if I'm stupid or something. I just I got it to work sometimes, but there were just some sprites, especially larger sprite sheets that I was working with. Oh my gosh. I was not having a good time. And now that is directly why we have this. A bad time led me to finally call it. I should probably. See, that's what I fear, but not always. So, see, you're making me scared. You're making me worry. So this is the problem that I had thought all along was I don't have to set the sprite of every sprite. This is so the uniform thing I'm doing, no. But some sprites, like some flip books in reference to other flip books, yes, maybe. I hope not all the time. I went and dabbled with it more, it would work. I could not get it to. I mean, I guess my edge case is I was trying to do it with this monstrosity. Um, are you kidding me? Oh gosh. Ignore that. I was trying to do it with this character who has, I think it's 28 frames. It's a goofy little character. So he dies. He has these little effects, and these effects were driving me insane. Um, because I could not get it to work. And maybe you're right about it. Just I never really considered about doing the math. I guess I was probably just doing too much guesswork. But because it was just having all of these little silly effects, I don't know. I was just having a really bad time. Really bad time. A time trying to get that working. Like a bad enough time to get a whole nother extractor working kind of bad time. You bring up a really good point. And now that you bring that up, yeah, that would work. I bet that would work really well. Why not? Let's humor you. Why not just do that and watch how well it probably will work? We'll go down the infinite folder. Won't that be fun when it works so nicely? Number of cells on the X. I wonder if it's zeroed. Yeah, see, that would be nice. See, I'm already spacing. Oh, it's the cell width. See, I think this is where I was struggling, was trying to figure out the cell width. But you would do that divided by 28, I suppose. So we can do a calculator. 53. 76 divided by 28. 192. Wow, shocker. 192. Wow, look at that. Isn't math a nice thing? that's so that's so stupid. Oh. Hmm. Oh dear. Give me a second. Let me mourn for a second. God. Fucking. Oh dear. I struggled so much because I wasn't coming at it with a thoughtful approach. I was coming out at it with like a hammer approach. Oh my gosh. Mine works better anyways. No, that's yeah, look at that. That would do the thing. uh well, now that I have my own, where'd it go? I guess I closed it. You've got me. You've gasted my flowers quite effectively. Wow. I'm, oh gosh. Well, this one has island detection, so it actually, if I turn off the uniform bounds, look at that. It finds the tight bounds of the actual sprite itself. Should you need that, you have it. Can you also do grid split? Yes, you can. Oh gosh. Whatever. It's fine. This has useful tools. I swear. I'm not coping. It's good. It repacks or it trims the padding. Fantastic when fantastic. I do wonder. I do really wonder though, because this has so much padding. No, I see my what I wonder is if the artist accounted for the largest sprite for the most part of this sprite sheet, and that's why there is so much padding. I know that's not true all the way because some of his other sprites absolutely don't. Um, yeah, exactly. And and then actually what you're saying too with some little sparky effects, I've run into the problem with my own, where where is it? Oh, actually, where is it? That should be on here. Sorry, give me 1 second. Why is this? I had a potion character. Why is that not on here? I think I might have accidentally either stashed it or removed it from my Git because I've been working between two computers. Um, Second, let's go through because I would prefer that it just existed like it's supposed to. Or am I just wigging out and it is on here? Uh, ooh, no, that would have been 86. Okay. That's no, there it is. Cool. Is it the cooldown potion? Actually, why is that? Oh yeah, see? It might have just gotten bugged and taken off of here. That's fine. Anyways, this cooldown potion, super cool, fun little effects. Um, Here, let me read what you're saying. If you crit a sprite from the grid division, then crit flip of sprites cut the dead edge. Yeah. That makes sense. I mean, you've you've done a lot better at figuring out the inbuilt extractor than I ever did. I gave up after about 2 tries of really digging into it, which is not great, but that's what happened. Well, okay, so now that you're bringing this up, it I they definitely did some amount of care, yeah. Whenever that was years ago, but yeah, so this character, fun little character, cool little effect, yeah, right? It's drinking a potion, but it's got pixels. It's got a pixel that will show up at the bottom. You can't even see it. And by not using, like a grid based, it makes the character technically float, and I would have to align it down. So that is a slight problem, but it's okay. I can deal. That is from what I've now been working on. I feel like those are the more few edge cases than what I was running into, where I was having to align everything, deal with all of these problems. Yeah, shout out to Cobra Code for sure. I probably should have watched more of his videos than I did. I think I watched like 3 of his videos and got a little bit frustrated because I like a bit more of a demonstration, and he did okay. But I mean, no fault. He's a great creator. He's made some pretty cool stuff, but I don't think diving into the depths of the 2D Unreal Engine is the biggest concern that he has. Um, if he did a video on sprite extracting, I guess I missed it. Let's actually add this in. Why is this not ocean? That makes me a little bit worried. Am I tripping? Or have we run into a bit of a problem? No, it's just not adding it. Perfect. Okay, cool. Okay. Let's close it. Save. That concerns me a little bit. Little bit. Huh. Alright, well, good thing I didn't need the potion anyways. Yes, you have to extrapolate a lot. Yes, I 100% agree. Like his video about AI, that's one of the ones I watched, made me. I was like, fantastic. Great. I mean, it's a starting point. We'll give him that. I'm not trying to say he's malicious or doing a bad job. He gives a starting point, but the starting point, it felt like a pretty low bar for trying to figure out and learn things, um, which is frustrating in a way. But can it's a starting point. Go figure it out yourself, and that's what I've had to do, and it's worked out fairly well. Did I? Okay, I'm. Let's one thing at a time. Back to work. All right. Okay, add you to here. Now, a bit concerned up to this. Bro. Okay, so something has bugged. No, a jump up attack. Okay, I'm just nope, we're good. Everything's fine. Okay, next thing I need to check that I am concerned about is going to be similar to the heavy attack. We have jump, jump up attack, and jump. I do think that this is going to be misaligned. Yes, it just is. Um, so that's okay. Um, either I manually deal with it myself right now or just implement my um thing that I'm planning on implementing, and that should fix that. Yeah, yeah, I think I would once again agree with you. Actually, I think I would once again agree with you. Um, is he? I don't remember. There was something he did. That was he does teach lean. He's not a spaghetti monster, which is awesome. And I do think he tends to lean himself into not going into too much depth because he does have his other facets for making money, right? He has his Patreon, he has Udemy courses, which is fine. You're entitled to do whatever you like. He's spent time figuring this stuff out, and he's made, from what I assume, I haven't used either any of his courses, but I assume they're a bit more well put together than something like I would make, where I hate video editing, so I'm just a one take Andy and just record it in one shot and have to remember everything I'm gonna do and say and cover. Um, which isn't it's not great. It's something, but um, yeah. So I assume his actual series and tutorials that he sells are probably fantastic. They probably do a lot of good. How does the system handle the hitbox? Do you mean as in these hitboxes or what? And so here's the thing. Uh, oh, and also, what do you mean by variable? As in, this box is smaller than this box, like between flipbooks, or within this one flipbook itself having a large bounding box. Actually, I need to write that as a bug. There's something I just saw. Playback. You last flipbook repeats when keying. Okay, I'm sorry. I will be right back. I am going to shit myself. buddy. Holy. That just hit all at once. That was. Oh my goodness. Okay, hello. I'm back. It was fast because I was literally about to shit myself. Holy. Light a candle. Alright, I would just say you did his Udemy. It was clean. Nice modular, very nice. Uh, yeah, I do have a little bit more complicated methods, and it's because at the end of the day, my plan has always been to literally teach. If I were to make a game, it would teach the game. I mean, I would have almost no private IP because everything would be out there for people to be able to see themselves and learn from. Because I think, big fan of teaching, big fan of learning. Large bounding box, sprite moves around within it. The hitbox would move around within it as well, presumably. Um, okay, sorry. I'm still not quite getting what you're saying. These hitboxes themselves aren't auto-detected, if that's what you're wondering. This is like a I draw these myself. It's a hitbox editor to draw, so I'll just come in here. I do have like some batch operations, but I can just draw them. I don't know if that's what you were wondering, because yeah, the sprite would move. It will move around. Okay, gosh, will move around inside of its own flipbook somewhat. Yeah. Good examples, like, yeah, I guess like this guy, because he's kind of moving up, but um not quite sure I get, because yeah, I can just come draw hurt boxes really quick, and then this is all handled in through my component to actually run the math between detecting if it collides with one another. So like I can just draw that, and then it won't move around inside of here because it's just defined to this part of the spread itself. So, but yeah, shout out learning. Big fan. Very cool. Sorry, I might not have understood what you were asking still. Oh gosh, I feel incredible now. Take a drink. Did I just get meowed at? Peach, where are you? Hi, buddy. Do you want to be held? Yeah? Oh, you're warm. Have a cat now. Got a coding buddy. Incredible. Oh, he's so warm. Lovely. A lovely addition to the live stream. Yeah. Oh, he wants to go already. Fine. There you go. Ooh. Okay, cool. You're such a pretty boy. Oh, we already have a light special attack extracted, huh? Oh. I think it was this. I think this was the one of the first sprites that made me flipbooks that made me crash out too, because because it starts out as a pretty tight, just tight. He's just standing, and then he does this big old attack, and it looked so bad. I don't have that extracted, do I? Though I do wonder where its texture is. Light special attack. It might have got. Looks like it got deleted. Did these? No. Oh, it's the dash attack. So it's. Oh my gosh. Light special attack bat. Light special attack back dash attack air VFX. Light special attack back dash cast without VFX. Light special attack back dash. Thank you, artist, for all of the art so I can have so much scope that I become paralyzed. Oh, that's fine. I see why. It's because of a texture. Oh wait, it's gonna kill itself if I try to move it. There we go. Wait, what? That's okay. Oh. Okay. Let's go back into this. Let's look at these different textures. Wish it would stop. Oh, my second. Okay. Just some little VFX. I will admit I'm a little confused. No, that's a dash. I'm so confused. Backdash attack. My bad. Wait, no, that's also the backdash attack. What are you? What? So confused. Without. Oh. I think I'm just gonna delete this texture. So without VFX, the VFX being the swipe. What are these VFX? Air VFX? Brother. Brother, I have no. Is that like supposed to be kicking? Oh, it's a continuation of that attack. I think it's just like a particle afterwards. Okay, that's fun. I'm pretty sure because of the way that this swipe is looks, because of the way that it is, it's supposed to be off of that right there, and it just is like a little, yeah, a little action dust. That's a good way to call it. Action dust. I like that. Okay, I don't think I need. Will I ever realistically? I mean, I'll keep it. I won't delete it. Is there a case in which I wouldn't? I mean, if it could kind of be a little slide, but I don't see any need for that. Um, um, I don't need it to be called light special attack. Oh my goodness. Um, light special attack, backdash attack. Let's call it. I mean, the artist had differentiated all of these just purely for because he had set up all sorts of light, heavy. You made a nice little system, spawns a sprite, set its method of dying, disappearing for those, so you don't have to build the sprite into the guys and him separately. Interesting. Yeah, that's cool. That would work. Death FX and leaving a little trail when you dash. So yeah, that's cool. Were you when you say a little system, was it like a notify or something, or were you using some of the what did he call it? Like the transitional events, the callbacks. What was your method? I'm just gonna call it. We'll call it light special back dash attack. Um, no VFX. No VFX looks stupid. Fine, I yield. Okay. Ooh, this is another thing that I do have in the works is all of VFX or effects. Especially this character. I do love this character for its ability to push me to have to think a lot because of how much stuff there is. It's good because that's real if you want to have a good character. It's gonna have a lot of stuff. Is I'm working on essentially a profile but for effects, so it's just like a fancy data asset to organize effects because this character has a lot of effects. Um, to the point where I worry that I would lose this, and I should probably make a folder for all the effects if I haven't. I do kind of have one. No, it has a few. You know what? We're gonna kick that can down the line. We'll deal with that if I should I remember. Very nice. If I don't, that's too bad. That little air thing is nice, but it's not gonna make biggest difference. This is not working. That add flipbook is broken, right? Did it add 37? Change flipbook. Okay, it is bugging something right here. Oh, it is. Oh, that's problematic. Oh gosh, so what did I have selected when I did the potion thing? Aha, I see. So I'm overwriting when I have some. Let's write that down. Okay. And flipbook is properly selected card and sets its I okay. Oh wait, I haven't even. Oh, that's right. It's because it's in a phase group. Fuck. It's okay. I can do. Uh, charge. That should set that back. Yeah. It's another bug. Phase cards. Set. Okay. Method is spawn actor of class. Qualifying caveats, decay type, movement direction, flash color, daggum. Like something enumerators. That's awesome. Yeah, I haven't dabbled too deeply in most like effect related stuff. I think it's nice. I think it's a nice addition. Um, but like it's not game making or breaking right now, so effects of I've kind of ignored for the most part. Um, okay. Okay. Oh, that's awesome. I guess that goes back to what we were kind of talking about earlier. Sometimes it is worth just doing something rather than nothing. Then yeah, then you would have like a proof of concept. That's awesome. Yeah, it's fluff, but it can be nice fluff, I suppose. You know, it does make a difference eventually, but I think it becomes. I do think people will get paralyzed because you want everything, right? You want a game, but you're not gonna have a game. You're gonna you're gonna have realistic goals along the line. You're gonna have, oh, I should try to make this one thing. Let's figure out a health component, not everything. Um, Great. Now I'm frustrated. Whatever. Should I do the potions? This is another problem I have with this artist. He just releases it to Patreon, so you know it's cool, but like this is cool to have the potion, but ideally I don't want a flip book for each individual. I would rather have a drink and then an effect. Similar to kind of, you know, making like a layered system where you can have the character, the bottle change, and then effects go around them. Because I swear, is this all just, yeah, it's just like the same. Which yeah, it's the same with different effects in a different color bottle. Oh, what was that? Oh, potion to idle, purifying push. Did he really not just give a pure, just drinking? Doesn't look like it. Let's actually check his Patreon. That's another one of my. So right now we're using a sprite sheet that is huge because it has so many individual sprites for things that could be designated as like a layered system. and Papers ED started to address layers, and that's great. And I haven't looked into it because I don't have a sprite sheet that's for layered sprites. But that is an absolute 100% must that I will have to do, because this is not sustainable to have individual like this. That is just completely unsustainable. Because yeah, what if I want to have a death potion, yap 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 potion? That's not gonna work. You've heard design good systems and build together rather than a big overarching concept. Yep. Yep. Stuff to it. Currently finished sending event. Dispatch results to an enemy for nice. Awesome. So you're working in some AI related stuff. That's phenomenal. That's cool that you're using event dispatchers. I actually have. I mean, I've used them some, but fairly minimal. Yeah, I agree, and it looks like he does. But there's not just like a. Oh no, that is not. Oh, that's the background for the. What? What? Oh, look at that. See, my extractor itself is bugging now because it's. If I were to do you and then you to like 20, it would probably work a bit better. That's okay. That's a little bit annoying, actually. So many side quests. There we go. We just had to bump it up a bit. Um, yeah. See, I do get that because I use it in my I know there's a lot more use cases than what I used it for myself. Um, my example is my state tree. No, it's not state tree. It's an AI controller. My current favorite use case. I mean, no, that's not even that's components. That's not even an example. Do I ever use event dispatchers? I mean, somewhat, I guess. Interesting. Maybe I should dig into those a bit more. I don't think I've fully utilized them to the capacity that they can be used to. You can tie one bind event to multiple events. Okay. Do I ever? I just don't think I've really. Yeah, if it's not my main player controller or my. I don't think I've used them. Don't think I've had a specific use case because I've been able to figure everything out, but I bet that is probably a bit more of a clean way to handle some stuff. Yeah, interesting. Okay, I guess I don't use. I've always what I was thinking was just component binds. So you do one bind, I got hit with a struct stats tied to it, and it sends along like a flash FX. Okay, that's interesting. And does so if you have the event dispatcher bound. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, so then you. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, that makes sense. So you have. I'm assuming what you would have is something like. Correct me if I'm wrong, but inside, we'll just say in the player controller, you would have your like, yeah, like on hit, and then it would. I know you can do. So would it be the actual event, and then you would bind it to Like, okay. Oh, okay. It is just custom events. So then you would bind it. And then in another blueprint, you could call it and it would fire this. And that's where you're using, um, then it would, because you've been hit, you're having the like hit FX and such. Oh, that's really smart. If that's working how I'm assuming, because it's custom events, like you said, just a little bit fancier. And okay, yeah, wait, that's awesome. I mean, I haven't had a use case for it yet entirely. I bet there's something I could do a little bit. Um, I think I've leaned a little bit more towards components in cases that I could maybe do this. But oh, that's a fantastic point because I haven't done any type of like iframes or knockback or stuns or anything like that, and that sounds like it would work perfectly. That's awesome. Okay, you do it in the construction script too. Interesting. Very interesting. Very, very, very interesting. Okay. See, I just haven't gotten that deep into actual game mechanics. I'm just doing what I always seem to be doing. Okay, that's super cool. Well, I guess that makes sense now. I could see some very real use cases for event dispatchers. In fact, I wonder if that would be worth. Let me think. I wonder if that is a perfect use case of what I was doing with some of the AI death related things because I was a little frustrated. Okay, you tried it with components. Dispatcher messages. Interesting. I guess because what I have right now is I have set up like the. I mean, that's literally inside of components though. Yeah, because it's just an event dispatcher inside of a component. So I have my own the dead dispatch, and it's just dealing with some stuff. And then inside of my character, it calls that when he dies, but it's done through the component itself. Where that could I suppose cut that out and just have the dead. Well, I guess the component makes it modular where the death is inside of the house. That's not. This isn't a terrible use case, but it's a. But I like your. There are certain things you can't put in a component module. It has to be done. Okay. Is is an example potentially? Would you have? I wonder. Can you have? Because I know you can have custom events. I don't use any with. That's the combo. Because you can have inputs into. No, but that works inside of here. Okay, interesting. It sends a message along to event dispatchers. Yeah, that's cool. I'm glad that we've kind of had this conversation because I've never really taken any time to dig into event dispatchers more than what I had done in a component, which is essentially, I mean, it's I was using event dispatchers, but I do kind of like your methodology. That's interesting. And man, see, I love that is one of the reasons why I love Unreal. Now I haven't used Unity for years, but just like interfaces, things like event dispatchers, parent and children blueprints. I don't know. It's just so nice. It's just so clean and so it works so well. It's Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, that's right. That's fine. That's an error message that I swear is intentional. It should have showed up differently earlier, but that's okay. It's just, yeah, it's just so nice to have such modularity built into like components, interfaces, dispatches, even the clean use of functions within blueprints. Obviously, Unity has functions, but I don't know. Unreal has done this quite well. And then you can get into the all of the not even drama, just the bad business practices of Unity, um, and their insane greed, which I hope Unreal doesn't go down. But I mean, Epic's in a weird spot right now, so we might. I don't know. Hopefully, they don't decide to screw stuff up for us. I don't know if you followed much of Epic lately and like their layoffs, and now the layoffs are in Fortnite, but they've put so much into Fortnite for so long and it's been their cash cow that I hope they don't do greedy practices inside of Unreal. Oh, dude, I mean, I went to school for computer science and such. Now, can I code in most languages? No. I mean, that's not realistic, you know. But just blueprints is so nice. I just love it. I don't know. It works with my brain. It's just so solid. I just keeps me coming back to it. So block break. Wait a minute. I didn't pay attention to that name. Block break. Block break. Block. Wait. Is this supposed to be a block break, or are you blocking a block break? Okay, I'll figure that out. You said you know C++, but you don't want to be like pirate software, starting at code like a zombie, or staring at code like a zombie on your 10th year, making the same shitty game. Yeah. Yep, I agree. I completely agree. Um, go back to Fortnite private maps are literally making bank for people. See, I don't actually know what that is. Is that like a? I know they made I because when I played Fortnite forever ago, I remember when they added, yeah, like custom maps and such. Have they done like an almost like server like a Roblox kind of like host? I think have they done that where it's like game instances that people host, and then they have microtransactions, so it's essentially just Roblox. I don't follow anything about Fortnite. I know they also did the Unreal Engine. What was it? UENF or UFE? I don't know. It was like Unreal Engine specifically for Fortnite. And from what I know from a video I was watching yesterday, so pretty nuanced, right? From one opinion, was that isn't doing well and has not caught on as much. Maybe I don't follow enough. All I know is there was a massive layoffs. They integrated map making to Fortnite. Okay. Okay. So that was the UEFN thing. Now, what I want to say is from the little bit that I heard is that wasn't doing too well. And they were hoping, I'm assuming what they were hoping was to essentially just make Roblox. Because Roblox is just continued to grow in popularity. Insane. I remember as a child thinking it was stupid and looked bad, and it's still around, which and now it's kind of insane the things that exist on there, and I have mad respect, but Okay, they turned it into Roblox. There's literal Roblox maps and they're taking money. Okay, interesting. Very, very interesting. I think they're trying to. I mean, the battle royale was their cash cow, and they got very lucky, very, very lucky that it became the center of the zeitgeist. And I mean, laying off 1,000 employees is insane. So obviously, there's some behind the scenes things not going great in the Fortnite dev environment. So maybe they put too much money in there into the UEFN. I remember seeing because there's the what do they have, the Epic Games grant, and there was like specific sections for using UEFN, and I'm like, really? Like you're supporting this so like they were trying to like push it. Oh gosh, you're right. You're right. You're right. The Disney thing. The Disney thing. That's what I totally forgot about that. There was they're supposed to be releasing like 3 Disney games, which I think is insane. Oh my gosh. I mean, I guess if it capitalizes on children, sure, like that's pull a Mr. Beast, right? Just continue to exploit children audiences, but like the HR lady responsible got fired. That's I don't know anything about what you're talking about specifically related to that. That sucks. Yeah, I did hear about the Disney thing, and I think that it will probably become a massive whiff, like so many things in the gaming industry right now. So, because like who maybe there's an audience that wants that. I don't think personally. I don't think so. What's the who's asking for more Disney Fortnite? I don't know. Or whatever they're trying to make. Well, no, that was the other thing. They're trying. I think they were trying to do an extraction shooter. I think they were trying to do an extraction shooter. I don't know if you heard anything about that. Was I think the first Disney game was supposed to be an extraction shooter. Let me actually search that up real quick. Let's do a little search ski. Epic Games Disney extraction shooter. Yes, okay. Now this is PC Gamer. That's crazy. Oh, that's right. It's a let's extract with Darth Vader. Oh my gosh. I hate this so much. Brother. I'm never going I the money that has been thrown around in AI, in things like this, a Disney themed extraction shooter starring the corporation's characters. Wow. Yeah, that's crazy. There's no way this does good. It's going to be a Concord, right? Call Call of Goofy. That's that's crazy. You think Disney liked Fortnite's Arver? Yeah, yeah, okay. They Fortnite, that will be forever an incredible feat how I mean they single-handedly merged so many IPs in a way that is unprecedented. I mean, insane. Crazy work. Phenomenal work. I think that is to be applauded in a way that they were able to do what they did, and kind of break the barriers down of all of those, just the complete IP segregation between everyone. I understand why there needs to be some amount, but like, yeah, all realities. It's oh, you know what? Fair enough. Yep, they saw the money and said we want in. You're right. You're completely right. I mean, it's always money, right? So we'll have to see how that does. Probably not super great though. Oh, I see why it's called block break because you're using a block. I'm still on this. Okay. Yeah, I mean, seemingly maybe having something, yeah, like kind of a social MMO space. Now, I don't think it'll succeed as an extraction shooter, but if they could, yeah, make some. Because what was the old um Kingdom? Um, what was the game that they used to have? I'm forgetting what it's called. Um, where it brought together like all Disney. It was their game, the Kingdom Heart. Was it Kingdom Hearts? Hearts? Yeah, like kind of like Kingdom Hearts esque, I guess, but more modern. I don't know. I don't think I would ever play. Definitely not playing a Disney extraction shooter. I enjoyed my time in Arc Raiders. Super fun. Loved their AI. Thought it was super interesting. Um, do we need more extraction shooters? Nope. But we will continue to get them, just like how the industry tends to do. Yeah, it's literally it would just be Kingdom Hearts, right? Just reskinned, maybe not better Kingdom Hearts, because it seems like a lot of AAA large studios tend to struggle with the creating new ideas and making things good. There's a race route, Disney Speedstorm. Never heard of that. Huh? From 2023? Three kinds of currency? That's vile. I've never once heard of this, but I guess I'm not in the Disney sphere, so interesting. Yeah, live action. Yep, games as a service. That's AAA will maybe never learn that that only goes so far. You can't recreate Fortnite. Maybe it could be done again that it caught on so much, but they are an exception, so well, let's figure out what the block. We have a parry. Block heavy hit to block. I think it was just named badly. That's why it's called block. We're getting rid of one of the blocks. Uh, only took me 20 minutes to name that. There we go. We actually did this extraction refreshes. All right, let's rename this to just Uh, my revision control has a good time. I just need to. Okay. You know, Marvel Rivals, man. I know I would love that game. You know what? I know I would. It's straight up my alley, right? CS:GO, Overwatch. I ate Overwatch up. Oh my gosh, what a phenomenal game when it came out. It was so fun, such a good time. Um, Apex 2, dude. I that is one of my favorite games of all time. Like I I don't play it alone. I would play it with my buddy till he got banned. Uh, that's a different story. But like, I know I would love Marvel Rivals. I just never got into it. Just don't have the time. And yeah, feeling resentment. Yeah, it's just the time sink. That was just what I was gonna say about Apex. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. The times I love Apex, but the time sink required, the horrific lobbies. It just I Apex will forever be an inspiration for like good movement. That's already what I've tried to incorporate even into a 2D game is clean, fun, nice movement. Like Titanfall S, we want things to feel good, not only in combat, but also just general movement. And it just sucks. It what are just sucks. Yeah, the time. Didn't realize I'm playing a gotcha game for free. It sucks how much has become just services. You know what? That's a fair enough take. Honestly, a I like that. A corporate Pixar is an interesting way to put it. I loved. I mean, because it was originally supposed to be an MMO, I loved just kind of the world that they had built and the shorts they would release so many years ago. It was so fun and just felt so big and interesting. Um, but I mean, Rivals shook things up, right? They had I don't remember the way that they've done things, but it shook things up. It even shook up Apex because they had the like perk system, right? I think I do think I would eat Rivals up, but I'm not gonna play it alone or probably ever play it. So yes, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's so good. There's that's another thing that frustrates me about Risk of Rain Returns is the movement. I'm like that. Risk of Rain Returns specifically because I like 2D roguelikes. I do like 2D roguelikes quite a bit, but its movement fucking sucks so much. I would play. I think it's the loader. He has the detachable grapple arm because that adds more movement. It makes things feel more fluid and fun. Holy is the regular default movement of oh my gosh, just awful. I think that is such a fumble. Oh, who's the rivals, dude? Um, I heard I watched a whole long video about a tournament. What's his name? That he was in a tournament with some female teammates, and they were quite toxic. What's the dude's name? Oh gosh, that was a oh my goodness. Surely you know if you play rivals. What, I hope you know. I loved it. I thought it almost got me to play rivals was hearing the story about what's his face. I might have even subbed to him on Twitch. Not subbed, but followed. Can I spell? Night. Block start. He had a funny name. Okay, yeah. I just haven't played enough of Risk of Rain 2 um to really get that feel. Yeah, it was like the Black Widow thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I've heard outside of Rivals. I've heard the vibes. Yeah, yeah, the vibes thing. Yeah. Just here for the vibes and such. Dang it, what was his name? It's Kingslayer. That was his name, Kingslayer. I I don't know how it came across my YouTube feed. Long video by whatever long essayist type deal. That was such a fun video to watch. I'm sitting there like, dang, I kind of want to play Rivals now. What is this block counter old? Oh, that was from when I was testing some stuff. Let's make sure that this is not something else. Looks to be the same. Okay, we can do away with that then. Still referenced because I don't have the apply bounds is not redirecting the textures. You can stay. Good old, I think his name was Kingslayer. What a good story. Just here for the vibes. I should make this savable across multiple extracts so I don't have to keep inputting the target asset. Was that worth the time? No, I don't think it's worth it. Sorry, what team disbanded? Are you talking sorry, if the whole team disbanded as in like the tournament team? Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, I see what you mean. I see what you mean because they added the just gives the vibes spray. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, the whole they lost from what I know in the tournament. They literally like they did horribly because Kingslayer was he's the number one Magic player and it was like phenomenal. Um, but yeah, I think yeah, crazy that they just completely blew it because of someone who wanted to play Widow. Like crazy. Um, what did I just extract? Block counter and start. Okay. Fucking hell! Did I just do parry? Oh no, parry's not extracted. I think you're right. It is cool to see. It's a modern day like a an old Blizzard where you had devs that cared, devs that were interested, um, and it in a way, I mean it's I'm glad to see it. It's sad to think that they might become that type of beast eventually, but at least for now, they can exist as a cool thing. Even if they are under, I think they're under Tencent. Not great, but so is Epic Games. So, oh, did I? Okay, I did. I'm doing all of this work and knowing that these block, no, the blocks should be fine. Block start and end and such might need to. Wait, let's see. Block end. Again, those are all going to have to be the same size, aren't they? Oh my gosh. Yeah, I mean, though I think there, I feel like I've heard some stuff about the current administration maybe having doing some stuff to make Tencent have to either sell or such. So we'll see. Though I don't know, Tencent isn't the worst of evils. I should stop doing these blocks because I'm gonna have to kind of redo them all anyways. You know, I I will applaud Fortnite too because I think they started some of the time gating stuff, or well, they started the battle pass, so screw that. But then they eventually brought the more perpetual battle passes. I don't know if it was them or if someone else did it, and then they realized, oh, maybe we should also do this because it's a thing that people appreciate instead of preying on people's FOMO. Um, but it's cool that they are just a very solid company. I think if I was with the friend group that I used to like play with, I would probably have they. I imagine they play a ton of Rivals because that's who I played Overwatch and CS:GO with and Apex originally. So I would probably have gobbled that up. But I'm glad to also not play it as much because it is a time sink. So yeah, I do think Tencent tends to be a little bit more hands off. It's just yeah, take your revenue share. And I mean, is Tencent a publicly traded company? Tencent stock. Oh, Tencent Holdings is. Can we, if it's a Chinese multinational technol, I know some Chinese, most you can't invest in Chinese companies, but maybe you can Tencent because they're more international. So that's my only worry. If they're public, eventually, as most public companies go, they'll probably start meddling. But who knows? Maybe they're of the type that is just, oh, just make this an easy, um, a small return. Take your yeah revenue share and have it as a return for shareholders. But as soon as shareholders start to get greedy and always want infinite growth, that's where we end up with what we have. Like freaking EA. Oh my gosh. I have not looked at Apex in a while. I watched the World Series. I love ALGS. That is one of my I love watching uh the splits. I don't watch the off season, but if they have not added perpetual battle passes, which I bet they haven't because they still have their insane like uh crates and everything. Um yeah, this it's skin prices. Sure, let's just drop a couple $100. It's amazing that they think they can get away with it. Like, I mean, well, I guess they do get away with it. I was gonna say there are no League of Legends, but I guess there are still whales in Apex because they get away with it. So, um, it's a little bit off. Nah, it doesn't really matter. Yeah, that's a sucky thing for Respawn, but I guess it's just the reality of it. I'd love to. I'm considering potentially going because they're doing a ALGS in Sapporo again, and potentially going to that to also snowboard in the winter. Because I think it'd be cool. I think it'd be pretty cool to see it live, and I I think they have one of the more interesting um, esports. So, well, it's it's designed for whales. I mean, they want both things, right? They want their cake and they want to have their cake and eat it. They want the whales because the whales truly are what bring in money. I can't remember what game I had seen the stats of like what the whales were bringing in. It was probably a gotcha game, but it's like, I mean, it outpaces so much. Like we're talking like it's like it's like beyond anything. It's beyond. It's like tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars from individual people. So they are the true bringers of money. At, in a, I mean, I could go into the current economy and how we've created a whale centric economy inside of just the regular economy and how that works right now. I guess it is applicable to games. So it works for now. Um, but in my opinion, the average person will be where you find money across the long term. If you want to have a sustainable business that is, reputable and good in the long term, I think you do have to, make it for the little man. There's a lot of little men out there. But yeah, because they want it to be whales, but also forever game. They want the whales and they want the little men, and it's crazy because, well, but they kind of have to have the little men because then the whale doesn't. I don't need this on death. Hello, this is someone that is dead. Um, I mean, because whales have to have fun too, I suppose, but their version of fun. I'm not even paying attention to what I'm drawing all the time. Oh, this is a recover. Do we need hitboxes on a recover? Sure, I'll still draw hitboxes. If I want it to be iframes or immune, I can do that later. I should also be marking these as complete, as I have done that as a thing. You know what? Let's go back. Okay, cool. Everything's earnable with in-game currency. That's awesome. I mean, hello, why is that over there? I didn't just do this one, did I? Weird. Um, I mean, I think it's fine to have some amount. What? Oh wait, no, that was the other attack. Okay, I thought I was going crazy. Oh my gosh, I thought I had just moved this over from that side over to here, and then it's over here. That was a cause for confusion. Some amount of in-game store skins is fine, but it really starts to suck when it's just such a microtransaction monster and it's just meant to be predatory, and that really that sucks. It's just trying to squeeze you for every ounce they can, and that does really suck. So I mean, if you can make it more accessible, why not? But I guess that's bad for shareholders. So Am I hallucinating, or there's a sprite that is just like this? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, I think that's true. So I mean, it doesn't feel great to support a bazillion-dollar company. But if they're, I mean, it's goods and services. If they're offering us a good that we want and we think is fair, why not? Like, that's just business. Who, I think, trying to be a purist entirely is a bit silly. That's not sustainable in a long term practice. But hello. Um, so many are just so predatory and so and I guess I mean we don't have to give them our money nor time, but it just sucks to see that that's what a lot of the industry has gone to. Yeah, it's a nifty little thing we've got going on. So it's hurt boxes versus attack boxes. We can have um, attack boxes. You know, it's defined. This is where the attack is itself, and it's all done. You know, it's just looking for where this vector box will cover an opposing hurt box. But yeah, I one of the best things to say about the current environment though is the renaissance of indie. I do love to see that in a strange world in strange times. It is phenomenal to see that the indie game environment is in a seeming like renaissance of of development, of uniqueness. I think that's phenomenal. I think that is awesome because it's the barrier for entry is low. We have truly had a renaissance. Dead Frontier 2. I have totally heard of Dead Frontier 2. Let me search that up. Yes, I have seen this before, I think. I don't know what I saw it, but I have seen this in passing. See, that's totally yeah, who people will pay if you create something worth paying for. That's dude, read I read quite a lot. I fell down the light novel. Okay. Surely you've heard of solo leveling at this point. Back right before COVID started, on Instagram, I saw an ad for the solo leveling manhwa. I don't know if you know the nuanced difference between manhwa manga. It's just manhwa's Korean, and it's released weekly in color. Lovely. I went so deep into manhwas. Yeah, shout out literacy, shout out learning, shout out literacy. Love to see it, love to hear it. Um, and I eventually found that manhwas were largely based on books called light novels that were essentially just online novels. Sweet, yes. The hell yeah, love to hear it, love to see it. Shout out manhwa. I don't know if you've read any of light novels, dude. It, I because you know when you're stuck waiting, you want to know what's going on. Um, what really got me into light novels was the manhwa Overgeared. Um, it was such a long light novel. I don't know what they're at now. I since have dropped it because it went bad. But oh gosh, yeah, maybe don't go down the light novel because it sometimes it goes insane. But anyways, light novels have ended me up in. Actually, I would recommend read Shadow Slave. Surely you've heard of it. If you haven't, you need to read Shadow Slave. Don't even wait. They're working on making a manhwa. Don't even wait. Read Shadow Slave. I'll get you on the pirated telegram. Like you have to read. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. That's funny. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend reading it. I Overgeared. It was awesome. I love it. I loved it, loved it, loved it. We're pretty sure this was years ago, like a year or two ago. Pretty sure that the author changed because it goes from a VR, what do you call that? It's like a lit RPG VR MMO to a cultivation novel. I won't spoil anything, but the vibe shifts so much that it literally seems that the author changed, which really sucks because I was like 2,000 plus chapters deep and I would read it. It would release every other day and it was awesome. But I would say you could still read it. I mean, it's a good story until it swaps, and the manhwa will have is probably so far behind. But I would recommend Shadow Slave is one of the best written stories ever, and it sucks that it's gated behind. It's released on what's called web novel, and it's like a pay per chapter service, which really sucks. But it's pirated plenty of times, so yar har, right? Um, Phenomenal book. It's like a Dark Souls esque book, and it's phenomenal. I still read. It releases 2 chapters a day. I've read that for so many years. It's awesome. Yeah, I mean you can keep reading it. It should. I imagine the manhwa will continue to be good, and maybe if I had given it more grace and continued to read through the kind of cultivation. Maybe it was good, but its vibe kind of changed, and I had been reading it for a long time, and I don't know, just kind of lost. Oh, but the reason I went down this was I pay for another book. I pay for his Patreon. I pay $10 a month to read Primal Hunter. Phenomenal book. We're at chapter who knows how many thousands. The dude makes his name is Zogarth is the author makes 90,000 at his most. Let me check right now, actually, because he was making at the most I ever saw was over $90,000 a month to write a chapter a day, except for weekends. Because I mean, it's a good story. Let's see what he's at. He's making $89,000 a month. And the reason it dropped down was because he just takes all of September off to watch, I think Dota. I think he watches the Dota World Championship. So, and because he makes so much money, he's just like, nah, you guys can cancel your subscriptions. I'll be back in a month. It's insane. And that's just his Patreon. He also has Audible, Kindle, like insane behavior. I have not heard of the greatest estate developer, but it sounds like something my cousin would have recommended me because he actually introduced me to Primal Hunter. It sounds like something he's mentioned before. That's funny. Oh goodness, I've read so many manhwas and such. It's been a long time since I've read an actual manhwa because I just mostly read Shadow Slave and Primal Hunter now. And just busy with work and usually this, but I would recommend pick up Shadow Slave. I will tell that to every soul on this earth that they should read Shadow Slave because it's worth it. One of my closest friends, I got him to finally read it, and he's quite addicted. Hmm. Okay. Running is fine. Jumping is fine. So what I'm assuming is happening here again we're getting diffed by, if I come into here, let's clear out you. We're gonna, no, we don't need any of that. We're gonna go idle. We're gonna grab attack. Yep. Okay, so that's all that's happening, is it's not aligned properly. I don't know how I feel about that. I might just line these up myself because I worry about running into the eventual scope of, no, if I make a tool that would just redefine the uniform bounds. I see my struggle right now. Let me explain some of my thinking. This might be a little bit trying to be a bit too careful. No, it's. I think it's worth it. So one of my tools automatically resizes the textures after I've extracted to make them tight, based off of the largest sprite bounds, essentially. And this is my idea being, I ideally would have a lot of AI, a lot of characters. So I'm trying to do as much memory management in the ahead of as possible. I mean, this adds up because each sprite is based off this texture, so it's calling this itself and rendering from this. I don't know the specifics of the rendering. Maybe it does it really efficiently. I imagine it does it quite efficiently. But when you start to look at, scaling things up, everything adds up. So cutting these down from this, that's like 10, if not hundreds of thousands of unused. I mean, it is just empty pixel, but still, it adds up. So I think I might, for the most part, just line some of these up. I think that's fine. I think that's worth the potential savings. Maybe, I don't know. I don't have any benchmarks to test it against, so just have to move this guy up, and we can 2 remaining frames, and there we go. That's simple enough. Continued fun prequel story. Dude, I love, what a bountiful hardest demon lord. Dude, the titles are so silly. Which is like a Dark Souls, yeah. That's, see, I bet I would enjoy reading it, right? Will I read it? I can't say. It's, time, right? But uh, Shadow Slave is definitely. See, I'm recommending you read something while I'm saying I won't read what you recommend. So maybe I will actually, we'll do a little give and take. I'll read Greatest Estate Developer. I should read it. Yeah, why not? I haven't read a manhwa in a while. It'd be worth doing. Shadow Slave is definitely not lighthearted as much. I mean, there is some silliness, but like, it is written Dark Souls, especially the first few arcs. Oh, they're so good. It's a long book. What chapters just came out earlier today? I read them. It's almost a chapter 3000, which it's a lot, but holy peak. You see extra grid auto says down for dead space. So my well, so the thing is, there's not more wasted space because when I'm aligning this, it's just it's essentially baking an offset into the sprite in a way. It's not messing with, here, I'll pull up attack. It's not messing with the texture, the sprite alignment. It's just adding an offset into it. Um I might need to do some research and some benchmarks to see if this is worth doing, if it's worth cutting if the texture being cut down is worth the time required, which is not a lot of time because I have batch operations, but that is still some work. If that's worth the memory, the potential memory saved by wanting to scale up, maybe not. I mean, it's nice to not have to sprite align because the artist didn't have the artist did that for us, right? Like, why not capitalize on that work? So I don't know. I'll need to think about it. Maybe try to do some research. I'd have to come up with some type of a tool, and I don't know if I want to spend the time on that. So for now, I'll probably just keep doing this. I think it might be worth cutting out the extra padding. I just do not know how the actual, if like Unreal is utilizing your graphics, how it utilizes graphics card to render from textures. If it's just, I mean, it has to store this in memory, and I don't know how it would handle tons of actors with it. If it's surely it just has a pointer to one. If it would just point to one, it might do that. If each actor that uses the same textures for their sprites, because it just is using the same flipbook, if it just points to this, points down, I just don't know how it works. Okay, but that's a lot of thinking and would require probably. I wonder if they have. There's probably no documentation about it. Flipbook. Oh yeah, I did read that. I read Omniscient Reader for a while. I never finished all the way through it, but I know it's a good one. I have heard of the live action. Um, I've never seen it. Let me see. You've talked about just the one I got into tandem with Overgeared. Solo max leveling newbies. That's funny. There's just so many out there. It's funny. No, that's Unreal 4. Yeah, I know people really loved it, and I thought it was cool, but just didn't hook me all the way at the time. I think I was also just reading it on a terribly pirated website, so it was just riddled with ads. But you know, I read Solo Leveling, then in the comments I heard about Tower of God. I don't know if you read Tower of God. I mean, surely it's got its anime and such. Like, it's out there, people know about it. That was, wow, crazy story, incredibly unique, super weird sometimes, very interesting, very interesting characters, world. It really sucks that it's always going on hiatus. It's hard to keep reading it when you go on hiatus for a year and then don't remember what you're reading when you come back. Oh, I kind of want to reread Tower of God now that I think about it. Oh, also, I guess with the way that you're saying to use grid, that because we're doing the grid split off of the width of the texture, if, oh, you know what? How wide is this? 1664. I swear. If this is also 1664, but it's not. Oh, but he might have made it one. It wouldn't be 1664. Let's see. One, two. Let's see how. One, two, three, four, five. wonder if he did leave. He probably left padding in there for all of the attacks, so they would all line up all nice and pretty. Um, that's probably safe to assume. Maybe the artist knew what he was doing all along. Oh gosh, I can already tell it's gonna be the same, isn't it? We're cooked. How many frames was this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, but this one's weird because it had the cover baked in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Can I not count? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Oh, my other one from earlier was also 192. Does he always do it in 192s? No, we're cooked. We're cooked. That was from the entirely other character being 192 divided. My brain rotted. Was it 13? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh my gosh. All right, look away. I'm getting embarrassed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. This guy is 7. Don't forget that. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. It's totally going to be the same. Oh, no, it's not. Okay. Okay, so it wasn't exactly the same. See, but now we run into a problem being, and I know it's because of how he's released. He releases them once a month. So it's not like this character specifically isn't a full like batched out character. Um Especially this sheet. I imagine though eh, most of the others are probably 192 at least in that when all of these attacks are probably 192. Oh, that totally looks like it is, isn't it? Um, 768 divided by what is this? 5, 4. Bah! Oh my gosh. Okay, I want my cake. I want to have it and I want to eat it. What if? What if? What if we. This guy, that's a bad example. What if we can extract them, can do a bulk extract. So it would pick up, this is all, each of these is 192. The width in between these is all 192. That's easy to detect. You just get the number of sprites. But yeah, that's fine. And then yeah. Think of all the time. Yeah. We're thinking now. I can. Mm, oh, but that gets sketchy. So what I'm thinking is because there's padding, there's a consistent padding. This is great. We love it when there's set value variables, right? So 192 between both of these. Now you extract it as 192. Everything, both of all of these sprites throughout the attacks will line up all nice and pretty. Perfect. Now there's extra padding. Now, is that going to be a computational cost? Realistically, probably not. If I want to do something like mobile, probably. Now, do I need to go on mobile and think about that right now? Probably not. But We could just get the, because I already have my uniform bounds detect what is this. So it's, oh, see, so each cell is 192 because I've already done that before, but I just didn't care to look at multiple. I was only looking at fucking. So each cell block, each grid is 192 by 128. So the height of this is, so we found that 192, yeah. But this is 86 by 37 for the maximum bounds of this actual animation. So I could just subtract. Like it's just a lasso. I'm potentially, I could auto bake an offset into it when I cut out the padding, because if I'm cutting out the padding, we know the difference between this bounds and the 192 bound right here. So I could just have an offset put in already, and it would. Oh, but that. Okay. That would work, but then that runs into a problem where if any of the sprites extend beyond that 192 grid, we would need. So the first step, okay, this is interesting. This would actually work really well as a pipeline. The first step would be to have a raw, just, I mean, you could have a complete compiled sprite sheet, but if I just had all of the textures, just like this character, yeah. So this is kind of, yeah, you're getting on to what's going on. Um, but the manual alignment itself isn't that agonizing of work. It's just then it becomes agonizing, on scale two. If I have 100 characters that I now have to align 50 sprites, yeah, that's, we now run into a problem, right? Or no, 50 flip books. Each of those have 4 sprites as a low number. Yeah, that's awful. That is agonizing. So the simplest solution would be to just extract it, like you said, right? But we want to eat the cake. So if I were to, as a pipeline, import all my textures, select all the textures. Oh, this would be hefty. Create as a part of the extract. Oh, that would be really difficult. Um, I could detect. Could be looking for the padding bounds for that grid split of each. Find which has the largest grid split. Um, but then the problem is if there's, I'm going to try to automate this. I swear we're figuring out something. Then we can apply that padding to all of the sprites, all of the textures. Then we can extract them all. No, not extract them yet. We can apply that so each texture would have a uniform amount of padding, because I know some of these don't. Specifically, this character, I know for a fact, does not have a uniform padding across the board. So if I try to use the grid extract, it will fail. It will fail eventually because some of this character uh, is not done correctly. And I could use that as a case of, oh, now I align. For the usual, we would just use a grid, which is what you're saying, which would work well, and then on the outliers. But what if we do more work now and then don't have to ever worry. All right, where is it? I'm gonna find the attack. I think it's called flying sword. I know for a fact that this specific one, if I were to try to use the regular grid extract, would ruin things. Yeah, so it's just, am I just wrong maybe? Does this have enough padding, because it has seemingly some padding already while being a large sprite? Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe the grid would just work fine all the time. I might just be wrong entirely. I think a very early iteration of some stuff I was working on skewed my thoughts on extracts, and I might just be wrong. Yeah. I Yeah, and that's the problem, because you're right. When the artist should have drawn it, like he should have, everything would have been lined up. So, oh my gosh. Yeah, you're right. Oh. Like let's try this right now. Actually, let's do this with this and with death, because these I do know are, this one's very long and quite wide, and this one is quite wide but short. So let's do some math. We've got 2304, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, it's 192. And I already know that this one was 192 as well. Yeah, okay. I've predicated everything on a false idea for the last 2 months. Wow. Imagine imagine people having intentional design that I just can't pick up on. That would really suck. That would really suck a lot if I put a lot of time into this is a fun little guy though. Look at it. It like it's a flying sword, so it's like zooming around him. Cool. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're completely right. So, oh my gosh. Now I have to decide, is it even worth it to even keep the extractor at all? Does it add any value? Because the texture padding removal, that screws up the grid extraction. Now, I could still, I think it might be worth, well, that would be a lot of work to do what I was saying earlier. Um, but who knows? Maybe I'll at least write it down. Oh, this artist is phenomenal. Like I have, let me pull up. I have a. I don't even have. Actually, I'll just pull up his Patreon. Why not? Super cool artist. I would, if you want cool art that is perfectly lined up, as we've learned. Um, yeah, I'd recommend KB Pixel Art. I pay like maybe $6 a month. You get main character animation. He has two main characters, that Lion Laurel guy, and then this knight. Oh yeah, he just added pissing if you can't see. Um, main character on the 5th, NPC pack 10th, another main character on the 15th, an enemy pack on the 20th. I don't think he does. I know he's been working changing some stuff up. Tons of tons of. He's working on some ruined town stuff. Um, where is it? Just like the NPCs alone, just the sheer number. I came across this on itch because I liked some of it. Not the NPC. I wanted the enemy packs. Like he's just got some pretty cool enemy packs. I liked his demons. Um, I don't think he has his itch has even more stuff, but this has the bulk of it. Um, I don't know. Like, look at that. You can see this kind of buff. It's just cool. Like, he's done a great job. Surely you've come across, but like, very, very cool. Oh, who would have guessed? The artist knows better than the developer. I've always known that the art, like, I have minimal to no experience in art, and that's part of the problem with this is I don't understand an art flow like pipeline. So because of that lack of knowledge, I'm just getting knowledge diffed. Like I don't know it. Yeah, I mean he's got like all sorts of on his itch. He's just got a ton cool art style. It's like detailed enough. I think I personally would like maybe a little bit. Well, I don't know about more detailed, but it's a solid. They're taller sprites. We don't have the little stubby guys. It's just cool. It's like a good bit of stuff. No, no, I'm never going to spend any time on art. That is not something that I can learn personally. I am not I'm not I don't think maybe I could be capable, sure, if I spent hundreds of hours, maybe thousands of hours figuring out how to draw, but that's not realistic. So, great. Now that this throws a little bit of a wrench in my plans. And let me search up that. Take a look. Ooh, I already like the coloring. Oh my gosh. Wow. Oh my gosh. Wait, that's really nice. It's more of a top down, which I actually do really like top down, but it's not what I'm going for. God. Oh my gosh, that's really nice. I do like the vibrant colors. And he does have some side scroller. Oh my gosh, these are really nice. Okay, 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 okay. I forgot. It's just a tutorial entirely. Okay. That's really nice. Dang, I will. We're going to save that. Oh, look. Save it in art. Oh my gosh. Yeah, that's nice. Buy all for 99. That's cool, but yeah, that's pretty nice. Oh, that's just kind of a cool conceptual character. I like it. Does this guy do a Patreon? I really like that the other artist does a Patreon. Oh my gosh. That's a cool background. A little more pixelated than I would like. I do enjoy a little bit more detail than that. That's one of the reasons I like Risk of Rain Returns, because they did go. And so this is the world's okayest dad. One tutorial and sometimes a bit of bonus for fun analytics. Stay active for 3 months. Oh, that kind of sucks. But that's smart. That's I've questioned the other artists I use because he just has everything. In fact, I should probably go download everything in case he implements something like that, because he could just subscribe once and then download everything. But that is. Okay, yes, packs that rotate. That's smart. Good business design. Yeah, that's a cool guy. I might. I don't think I would now, but I would probably. Well, I mean, then I would have a clash of art style. We'll see. I'm not in any art directive mode at like time, so that's really nice though. It's good to see other things. You see all this here vertical padding? Sure would be a shame if the artist took into account something that might go really high up vertically. Oh, I'm so sad. Oh my gosh. I hope you know this is the second time that I have had someone in chat uh completely annihilate my extraction process. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's fine. You know what? Let's let's go work on something else. Enough sprite work before I lose it. Oh gosh. Oh, it's good. I mean, it's pushing me to really get this done very cleanly. So making a plugin that is going to seemingly become something very good. Now I don't even know what to work on. Hi there. Oh, what a big stretch. You wanna come over here? I guess the sun's warmer than I am. Yep. Thanks for adding the tool that I looked at. Said that's a bad tool. I hate that stupid tool. Made my own tool, and then realized that the other tool was better. Roundabout process, but it's okay. All right, what's something we can work on? Current things I was working on. The reason I had done a ton of profile work was because I wanted to implement a more complicated AI in combination with improving the animation blueprint to account for said AI. Currently, the animation blueprint does factor in my. It does factor in the combo that I have set up, so that's good. Now I could go ahead and deal with getting the AI to have a combo. That could be fun. Why not? Screw it. let's see how that goes. I don't know how much you've dealt with AI. It sounded like you'd kind of mentioned a bit earlier. I personally have been using state trees. I found that to be a lot better towards my way of thinking. Behavior trees, wow, behavior trees are a bit frustrating, so um not really my alley. Okay, state trees. State tree, state tree. We have attack, attack. We're gonna need to pick an attack. We could just randomly pick one. Um, we can have a weighted selection. Why not just randomly pick one? Let's start with that. Simplest solution. Okay. However, I don't have my profile rigged up into all of my blueprints, so we're going to use my old data assets for now. That's fine. I already have the combo. Well, here's the thing too. Um, I I mean behavior trees. I guess I don't really know enough about them to really say, but from what I could tell, I mean, you can whittle your like you can make everything work in a state tree. From what it seems, behavior trees might work better with weighted decisions and such. Uh, like inside of the graph itself, but like I mean, you can do that in a state tree. It might just have to be offloaded into a task or something. But what's the difference? Yeah, but even with like advanced decisions, I mean, I think a state tree could still work pretty well. Okay. I've forgotten what considerations are. I haven't looked at my state tree in like a month or two now. Someone's gonna have to learn how to do this again. I mean, I guess the combo attack is just a combo. I don't have different. I have tons of different types of attacks. So why don't we just have? Yeah, let's just have the character the AI do a combo attack. Yeah, exactly. You can just have internal very like I don't see personally once again with little experience in behavior trees. I don't see the use of them. I mean, you can just figure it out, and I like the way state trees look and work. So, um, okay, let's do combo. Okay, that's right. I started laying the framework for this because I made a combo component that lives inside the character to actually track the number of combos and all of that without having it inside, uh, making it a lot more runtime driven. So what led me into the whole profile was I was making data assets, a data asset manager, all of that. But it was just too much manual input of things like attack range, max combos, and such. So I put all my anim sequence map inside of here. This was more modular than I had before. This is nice. Now it's lives inside the profile. This is still what my actual like game runs off of though. I haven't migrated everything because this has been in active development and I don't want to use something that I'm going to probably change. That's why what I have is still versions ahead of what I have on Fab because there's just been doing way too much work on it. Um, so, good news is we have a combo component. Combo component. That's right. I saw that it had to delay, which was frustrating. But we'll check that in the future. Yes. I can show you that. So anim, we can come into here. Ooh, wait, no. This data asset, the way I have it set, this is another reason why I had to stop making my AI videos, was because I was like, holy shit, this is going to be the most confusing thing. Like it works well, but unless you have some amount of an advanced understanding, like this is going to just probably fly over people's heads. Um, and I could have made it a bit simpler because I was like, once I realized it was going to be kind of complicated, I just kind of said, fuck it. Let's just include soft and hard references, include data assets, and asset managers, because all of those are kind of necessary. Um, am I okay? There we go. So this is actually loaded to be a little bit more modular. I loaded it into my character base. These are all soft references, so it has to load them, and then it would save them into the anim map, and then the anim map would just be accessible because we do a cast. Um, I had to start, kind of incorporating soft and hard versus hard references because things were getting too big in memory. So because all of the every time I would have all of these are everything was just getting really big and really heavy, and so I had to make a little bit more of a hi there a cleaner solution, or not a cleaner, a smarter solution. However, it's not a clean solution. In fact, it's a bit of a mess. It works really well, but it's I don't love it for something that I need to teach. So okay, the combo array has the combos. These are all um, soft references. Uh, so I'll show you. Oh, I can't show you because I use soft references. If you don't know anything about size map, this is memory management. You can right click something and it will show you everything that is referenced by this. You cast to a base character type and children act with each other. It's not terrible, but the problem is when children store hard references, like the parent, does the parent always load them? It's been a while since I've done size mapping. Well, there's just the way there's some amount of reference usage. So what I ended up having, we can see this right here, where this character is having, oh gosh. Okay, yeah, so this is a perfect example. So inside of my NMBP base, so somehow the player character base is, it has NMBP base as a reference. So it will perpetually load the NMBP base every time this is called. Now that's not necessarily a bad idea. There's some amount of blueprints needing to have each other as dependents. Now, where we see a problem, if we look at this, inside of NMBP base, we can see that there are this wall slide and recover. So these are always being loaded anytime. If we come in here, we can see it's being loaded in all of these blueprints, regardless, because it's referenced by like one of them. So this is a huge problem. If you try to start having lots of blueprints, if things are hard referenced, it will just perpetually load it and it bloats out of the world. The reason these are hard references is because I'm literally using them as a hard set variable because I was testing some things. So it was easier to have it as a hard set variable for testing, right? Now, to make things less memory dependent, you have to use soft references, and soft references have to be loaded into memory, more or less, and you just have to like track that, make sure things load, um, instead of always having it loaded. So that's just another. It's proper coding. but we, you might have to weigh, do you need that? Yes, if you're gonna have hundreds of enemies. No, if you're gonna have a few. Like our modern day computers can handle a couple. How large is this? Um, whoops, 10 kilobytes, right? 17, right? Like this is nothing. It becomes something if it's the entire sprite sheet perpetually loaded across hundreds of enemies type deal. So yeah, good job trying to. But the problem with my original implementation of the anim map is because we were hard setting them inside of a character, a child blueprint. They were being perpetually loaded. So I just had to come up with a solution that would let them be stored as soft references, and then load the soft references whenever that character is spawned in, so it could access its own animations. So that's kind of what this is. It's interesting. I have to do a counter and all sorts of things because async loading is a little bit silly. But hi there. Oh, we have a big cat. Thanks for joining me. Oh, see, that's probably what you're doing with event dispatchers are going to probably work well too. I don't think event dispatchers create hard references, so that's smart. Um, I mean, the purpose, uh, the purpose of what I've done here, essentially, yeah, is so the characters have their animation maps, so then they can run on here. But what was becoming a problem was my parent character, because each had the sub child, and these had children. And these children were becoming huge because they were loading in a ton of stuff. Like we can see, this character still uses some kind of old practices that I have. Just because this is my oldest character and I don't really care to fix it all the way because I'm not ever going to really use it. It's just a testing character, right? But we see now we've got quite a lot of animations loaded in, and it's not great. So it was becoming a problem with loading in and spawning some characters on bulk. I was doing some bulk testing and I was noticing it, and I was like, okay, I can get ahead of that and figure it out. That's not the biggest deal, I don't think, for you. So, because then it adds in so much more bloat where I'm having to manage and make sure I'm managing the memory properly. I mean, it's not that much bloat. It's like just that thing, but that took some testing to make sure it worked properly. That's that's I wonder how well that would work. It sounds like, yeah, you've got a pretty non-dependent system going there, by using event dispatchers, which is how that should be utilized. Your dispatch, you're not casting to the character. Um, you're just, yeah, you're dispatching an event. So I imagine it would work fine. I don't know enough about event dispatchers to say with definitive proof. Okay, let's look at my implementation of a combo because I don't remember. That's right. Yep, you're on exactly the correct point. It's 3 MB. Now, is that as lean as uh, my 1 MB, 1.8? I could reduce this down some more, but I have things in here that I don't need. I'm half the size of yours. Now, I also am only ever spawning it. I also changed up the entire system, so I'm more or less only spawning in AI character base and player character base, and then loading things onto them properly. So it does keep things smaller. Like, oh, but look at this. This is already 2.3. So, oh, because it has an AI controller in there. So it's like, am I saving that much? Who knows? Probably not. Because I don't remember how large mine were getting, anyways. So I don't have any reference to base it against. Okay, 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 okay. Leave that open. Attack task. We'll jump. We will wait for it to swap. And that waits for it to finish. Oh, that's right. That makes sure that the character is facing it. I love that. So on changed. If it's still in range. Oh, that's right. So that's when the attack is complete. If it still is, then we just attack again. So this is where we would just probably plug in a. This is the owning actor is not. Oh, it is. So I can get a combo. Yes, I can get combo. Yeah. Yeah. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. Can I just put this into the component? Because I would just essentially be copy pasting this whole thing. Hold up. In play, we could make a function. So what goes on in this? We get the combo window, which is just my sequence complete window thing I have. And then we evaluate if a combo's queued. Oh, I suppose. Oh, wait, no, that's a combo queued for the player character, so we don't entirely need that. But that the AI would need the evaluator of if it's in range. You love the power of modular components with the logic being offsite from the blueprint makes you itchy. Yeah, so I I see what you mean because that can make debugging potentially finicky because you don't see it as much, but because it's components, if it's a component function, it does just take you directly to it. So um new function. So if I can just go straight to the component again. So it's essentially just like if it was a function. Uh, so here's what I'm thinking. We put this back here. Oh, but the problem is we can't. Oh, that's okay. We don't need to keep the jump to node. Um, we can't. I don't think I can put the jump to node inside of the component. I could. Oh, here I could, but I won't because if I do, then that will make it the component grow more than I would like. So ready for some? Here's some sweaty things that we're trying to do. I'm trying to avoid adding, unnecessary variables into the component because then those are hard loaded in. So if I add like a reference, and that defeats the point. If I have a reference to the character inside of the component, that's a little bit silly because I could just get the owner. Yeah, that's right. You don't need that because it's just the owner, because the owner's target's actor component that gets the character, and then we can get things like character component by class, but we can't get exact variables out of the character, I don't think. Um, we shouldn't be able to. No. We would have to then cast to character base, which once again kind of defeats the point of having a component. Oh, really? That's awful. It's been a month. Oh gosh, I relate to that. Yeah, that's another problem. I can't. I've tried watching tutorials. I've taken some inspiration from some people, specifically um I think it's called the Learning Dev. He only made a few videos about 2D and then he stopped. But some of his stuff was just so good. And I've taken inspiration for, or not even inspiration, I've taken his notifies because his notifies were incredible. But yeah, I, for the most part, can't understand. At least when I was learning, I couldn't figure out what other people were doing and use it myself. We're going to have a Boolean. This is going to be, we're just going to call you A. Because this condition is checking if the player has queued a combo, but if it was inside of the AI, it needs to be checking if the character is in range, because it doesn't matter if you've queued a combo. If they've queued a combo, they won't queue a combo by spam clicking. They're just going to check in range. We'll just call it in range or queued. That's cool that you've seen his. I mean, he's one of the one of the 3 or 4, maybe 5 paper 2D creators. We don't need that. I think that's everything as an input. And then from there, we would essentially do, I'll grab this. I need to get, wait a minute. Could we just, no. This in range is stored inside of the AI controller. Then we can get max combo. Oh, wait, that works so well. Because then we don't have to do, oh, that works so well. Right, am I doing that right? Nope, backwards. Idiot. So as long as the combo index is less than max combo. Oh my goodness, I've not heard of any of these people. I mean, then again, I haven't followed anyone's tutorials in a long time. Let me search up this Hobedo. That's interesting. He's got a good one on gameplay message subsystem. I don't know anything about the gameplay message subsystem, which is a great blueprint to blueprint system. Let me Google what that is. I don't know what that is, so. A hidden gem. What is this? It allows for registering and sending messages between unconnected gameplay objects. It's like an interface. Structure of the cast, references to the game grows and everything between 10 on it. Oh, so it's using gameplay tags. A gameplay ability system is something that I know of and am planning on using because what I have seen of it seems incredible. It seems like right up my alley. I'm confused. So it's broadcast message. Oh, this is exactly okay. So this is exactly what like state trees will do, where you have oh, hello, you are still open. Where you have the you could make it driven by gameplay tags. That makes sense. Cool. Don't know any. Ooh. Okay. Okay. This I could totally understand why this would be useful. And that's funny because yeah, what they're saying is it's hidden in whatever this is. I don't know what this is. Is it a game? One of their games? Oh, it's oh yeah, I do know what that is. I've seen that before. What? Why is it just hidden? It's not epic, I swear. So is it not? What was it called? That's wow. That's it's not even an experimental anything. Why is that not? What? Did they make it like a legitimate thing? What? And it has some like async action. What? Oh well, nice. Yeah, it just sounds like a better interface. What? What? What on earth? If that's true and it like works properly, like, performance wise, yeah, you would have your fire broadcast an event tag, and then all of the alarms would just be listening. I wonder how. I mean, because that's what you would do with interfaces, but you would have to interface to that those act to the actual fire alarms themselves. You'd have to have their reference. So if you don't even need a reference, that's insane. That like doesn't make any sense. Why is that not? Why is this not a thing? Weird. Okay, I am going to Um, so how do we? I wonder why it wasn't on here anymore. I wonder if they got a takedown 6 months ago. Okay, nice. Oh, it's kind of probably dead. Ooh. Ooh, yikes. Yeah, you're dead and gone. Taking Grace's event. See, I need to make a folder because I have a couple of repos of things like this that I need to use. Oh, nice. Okay, so he's still seemingly doing a initial file upload. What? Simply download it. Okay. Okay, cool. It's just zipped. Wow. Cool. That that's crazy. I don't want to fork it, but damn. All right. Now that's got me thinking some. What a powerful thing. Why is that not used? Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. Oh. Yeah, that just doesn't make a lot of sense because they've done so much with gameplay tags. You have the gameplay ability system, and from what I was just reading, it looks like it's also just hidden. It might not even be enabled or used in Lyra. I don't know if that was true, but if that's true, that's crazy. It's just this random thing in Lyra, not even enabled. I wonder. I don't know. That's truly something else. All right. If combo is queued or you are in range, both of those are true. We will want to increment the combo index. Oh, wait. Oh, well, I suppose the problem with this is um Wait, that makes me think. An example, I wonder, I don't know enough about it, but I wonder if you could, because I have this set several times, we're resetting a, the player states back to none. So, no, that would work better as an interface, because I could have an interface inside of the component that would just get the owner and set it to none is what I should do. I was trying to think of a use case for the, um, oh no, maybe it would be a use case. No, 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 I'm still thinking wrong. So in my interface library, we have a set. Do I have to? I don't even remember set tag. Yeah, I already have that built. Nice. Set player state tag. This is the set the player state. I also don't love that I have it as this player state none. That's not great. That's not great, but I need to pull up my Steam real quick. I just realized something. So if those are both false, we will set the owning actor's player state back to none. So you are neither in range nor having it a combo queued. And then we would reset set you to be false, set you to be 0. Okay. Now, if it's true that you're in range, but you are beyond the max combo, oh no, no, you're under the max combo. Wait, what? Am I tweaking? Oh, this is so it can finish playing, I think, the thing. I've forgotten how my own code works. Beautiful. So the combo's queued, but we are beyond the max. So what we're doing is just resetting it. Oh, that's right. We had to do this because if I had it go into here, it would set the player states back to none. Um, and that would cause the character to be able to move because movement would be re-enabled. Kind of finicky, but wait, that's wrong. Isn't that bad behavior? Why not just... Oh, because then we'll need the player state set back to none after it's played through. Okay. Whatever. We'll test that a little bit in this sec. Don't love this, but we will still give it a shot. Oh, I suppose the problem is because it's a function now. If I place this inside the attack task, if we were to just run it as is, no matter what, it'll still output and go through. Okay. Oh, and I guess the other problem is that this is built. Ah, let's just see what happens. Oh, look, he's comboing. A flip-flop node's probably not a bad idea. Oh, look who's busted. How's being busted, idiot? It's because the... It's getting just looped. I would need to iterate on this some, and I've I'll probably work on this later. All right, well, I think I've done this enough for today. Gotta go get some other things done. Probably cook some food so I have food. Appreciate you stopping by and chatting for a while though. Thanks for enlightening me. My goodness, thanks for helping me understand that an artist might know what they're doing. That was a truly an experience. So, anyways, I'll potentially stream tomorrow. I have the day off, so as long as I don't need to cook or do anything else. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, and I may see you later.